And we're back! New day. Early stream, late stream, you guys decide. I just thought I'd put a few hours into the continuation of this project. Don't know how well I'm gonna do, considering I've had a really busy day. But yeah, we managed to successfully hash the password to the database last night, which was pretty freaking awesome, I'm not gonna lie. And yeah, it works, which is the important part. So these are the requires. I'm gonna add the requires up here. Schema equal to mongoose. Do I need it? Mongoose? How did I do it with schema? New mongoose.schema. Why don't I just do mongoose.schema? And then we don't have to worry about this at all. Seems a bit redundant. It's a bit better. So we're gonna have a username, we're gonna have a password, that's great. What is modified though? I think that's an internal. That was in the old version, version 3. That was phased out apparently. Pre and post save hooks are not executed on update. Find one and update. Oh, and we're doing save. Only hash the password if it has been modified or is new. I wonder if that's still valid. Okay, let's leave that out and see if that still works. Because we had an issue last time. So if I do this and it doesn't get inside of it, does it? Well, it is going to return a value. It's going to return next there. Else it's going to return next here. Okay, let's leave that for now. Trying to think, if I have this locally, I guess I can add let's add a to-do here. Oh, ENV does stand for can do this another time. I'm just gonna have it there as a to-do. Nice to do. What we need now is a way for me to log in. We need a very basic login page. Very simple. Just username, password. So let's look at local authentication for passport, because now that I can hash it, I can also get the unhashed password. So you can create an auth file. Yeah. This is not going to be admin for now. We need to change this still. But for now, I'm going to create a file. I don't even know if it's going to be there, to be honest, but I'm just going to stick it in so that we have it. Method is going to be post, but we're going to have to change that as well, as to where it's going to post to. We need body parser, that's fine. Well, this is going to be the route that we're going to specify what the login is. Wait, is this for local? Yes, it is. I want to see where the password's going to be. Passport serialize user function, user callback, callback null, user ID. Okay, so that's a setup. We already have this. Passport local, okay. Passport.use, new local strategy, function, username, password, done. User details.find one, username. If error, return done, error. If not user, whoops. Return done, null, false. If user.password not equal to password, okay, so it needs, wait, it needs password? It does. So I need to get I need to unhash it. Which we did. Compare password. Decrypt. I don't need to do if user.password not equal to password, do I? I can just do the compare password. I can call my compare password. This should technically work. Seems simple, right? I think we can do this. So let's go ahead and install body parser. Because we're going to need that for a few other things anyway. Good, good. And then in our file here, in our server, where we're using app equal to express, we're going to want that there. Require body parser, and then app is defined there. Then we want to define app.useBodyParser.url encoded. So use the body parser middleware. Cool. App.get. So we want to send the file to the authentication, but we're not actually going to do it there per se. Okay, now I want to have a look at how I handled things before. on something like this. And just basically edit it based on our needs. So app.get where, so we can just do auth, can't we? Well, I can do admin, I guess, because that's going to be for the admin page. I'll do auth because I don't want to like have different distinctions between users and admins. So we'll do auth request response dot send file. Yeah, we did the same as before. I wonder why I can't just do back admin auth.html or something like that. Do I have to specify current working directory? Why can't I just do that? Let's find out. What's the difference? Oh my god. Versus process.cwd node. Well, not even directory name. Okay. Why can't I just go dot /? Yeah, dot /. Oh, I see. So it's not quite the same. So you want process.current. So you want dir name. Path of the folder where the current JavaScript file resides. So if it's server. Does that matter for our case? Why do people use CWD? Let's do something like this. So current working directory admin auth.html, right? Then we just do res.send file auth. Keep it nice and simple. Okay, so const auth equal to process.current working directory /admin /auth.html app.get auth request response res.send file auth. Perfect. Let's continue. What is save? What does save do? I don't understand that. Package will appear in your dependencies. But I thought that was doing it anyway. Oh, it's no longer needed as per version 5. Great. So you used to have to before. Good stuff. Okay, so npm install passport. Good stuff. Add the following lines at the bottom of your index.js. I feel we should move this to its own file maybe. What would this be? A controller? Not really. It's not really a controller. It's more like a service? I think it's like we could put that under services maybe. Here we require a passport and initialize it along with its session authentication middleware directly inside our Express app. Oh, but you need access to app.use. Okay, I'll stick it in our file for now, but later on we need to move this. For sure. Let's add a to-do. What do I want to move it to? To services? Okay, so now that we have passport set up, probably going to change these routes to auth. Where did they set up user? We didn't set up user or anything yet, did we? I don't remember setting up a database. No, they're gonna do that in the next step here. We already have this as user. I feel passport should come into user in our controller. So if I do app.use passport initialize app.use, it's doing app.use, app.use. Okay, that's fine. I think the passport stuff that can move. Because none of this is specific to passport except for the initialize and session. When does serialize user get called? I'm pretty sure it gets called, right? No? Serialize user, deserialize user. So where does it get called? It must get called, right? It's a function. Hold on, it must be called somewhere. App.post, passport.authenticate local, failure, redirect error, function request response, rest of redirect success. Yeah, that we're gonna have later. But is that it? What the hell? But then why do they have this? They're not using it anyway. Passport.serialize user. It's a function, it takes a user and a callback. Am I dumb? Where's serialize being called? The first one will be invoked on authentication. Really? What, just by default? And its job is to serialize the user instance with the information we pass to it, the user ID in this case, and store it in the session via a cookie. You can read more about the prot documentation. Okay, but this is part of passport, right? This is not required inside of my function. Like, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have you define it. I'm pretty sure, because nothing's being called. I think they just copied this without actually thinking about it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We don't need that. Well, we're gonna find out either way, aren't we? Okay, so let's go on. Where did we get? We got to this part. We set up passport. We got to this part. So I'm gonna remove the serialize and deserialize because I'm pretty sure we don't need that because I don't see anything calling it, and I'm pretty sure a library wouldn't, or this module wouldn't require us to define a function that it needs in order for it to work. I'm pretty sure that would just be part of its call. And either way, you would have to pass some data onto it. Nothing is like, it's not being invoked, so 90% sure that that's wrong. I think that was just an example, as in that's what it does. The app.get auth success, auth error, use passport.initialize, use passport.session. We already have this, and we already have a database. So we're gonna copy this. So we need to set up npm install passport local. And then that should be all that we need from npm for now. There we go, we're good. Okay, and then let's copy this on. And we're going to move this to our users, not to our model. Wait, is it a model? This is... Actually, kind of. Kind of is, yeah. It is kind of. Otherwise, you would need bcrypt here, and we don't use bcrypt here. So it exports it as user. Otherwise, if I have it in this controller, actually it would be in the controller, wouldn't it? But, so local strategy equal to require passport local dot strategy, and that we're gonna have it over there. Yeah, we're not actually using Mongoose. Just realized that now, so we don't need that. Local strategy equal to require passport local. Okay. User equal to require. Great stuff. And we still need passport though. Do I just require passport, or do I export passport? If I just export it, that means I only have to worry about it being in one place. So maybe that's a better option. So I'm gonna export. Should be fine. So module.exports equal to passport, and then we can just copy this, and then here at the top so passport, is it passport? Oh, it's all lowercase. So passport equal to require. We need to get out one, because where are we? We're in admin now, right? No, we're in, where are we? This is the controller, so we need to get out one. So get out. Now that we're out, we want server. That should be all. No? We're in controller. Oh, we're in admin in controller. Okay, never mind. There we go. So we get into server, that's passport. Then we have passport, so we can use passport now. New local strategy, username, password, done. User details changes to user, because we have user as well, but find one, username. Kincode, hey, how are you doing? Creating a login page now from last night. So error user, if error, return done, error, cool. Oh, that's the callback now. This is a callback right here. Find one, this is an object, that's the callback for this. God. Okay, so this is all attached to the find one. So if error, return done. If not the user, return done, null, false. If user.password not equal to password, return done, null, false, return done, null, user. Okay, so now here's where we need to get the hashed password. So passport.use, there's the strategy. So what's it going to do? Return done, null, user. Okay, so let's look at this logic. If there's an error, exit. If it's not the user, exit as well. If the user password does not match the given password, we return null and false, which I assume is the callback. I don't know what the callback is though. It's error and user. I'm assuming just passport is going to use that data, however that works. Otherwise, finally return done, null, as in no error, and then the user itself. The user object though? User.findOne, username. Okay. That's that. Oh, that's the user. So it's going to return the user it finds. Return done, null, and then the user. And we'll use that to authenticate. Seems simple. I'm going to leave it like this, even though this is wrong, because we need to unhash our password here. which I'll include. I'm gonna just leave it like this for now because I want to make sure that it correctly says it doesn't work. Okay, so apparently that's all we do. Wait, there was something else though. There was, oh, was this app.post? So when you post, but where are they posting to? That's the thing. They had a HTML file here. Where was it? Somewhere here. Oh, there, action. Okay, that's why. So I need to put that app.post in our server. So app.post, this needs to change to auth. Passport.authenticate, local, failure redirect to auth, error, request response, res.redirect success will be auth success, username request.user.username. Okay, so that should be that. And then in our HTML file, which was over here, this action needs to be auth. Method post, username, password, submit. Okay. Ooh, a little bit nervous, not gonna lie. Oh no, why did I do that? Okay, so nothing should appear yet because I haven't started it. But we're gonna go ahead and start it now. PM2. PM2 start. Was it start? I think it was start. PM2 start ecosystem.config.js. Spawn our little application. Prepare for all the errors. Oh boy, I can't wait. Wait, was this an error right now? Is it 4 o'clock? Oh god, it is 4 o'clock in the morning. Wait, is this now? Is this today? Hold up, let's just open the log here. Is this right now? Today is the 22nd, yeah it is. What is the error? Passport.use is not a function. What? In server, in controllers user.js. Oh, you're complaining. Why? Const passport equal to require server. There's server. Why are you complaining? Const passport equal to require passport. And then module.export equal to passport. So I'm exporting passport. So why is that an issue? We're importing it. No? Passport equal to require. Am I missing the other passport stuff that it needs? I probably am. Maybe now we should move app.use passport.initialize app.use passport.session. No, we shouldn't have to, because that's just use. Passport, app.use passport.session, app.get, these are fine. App.post, that's also fine. Module.export equal to passport. It's possible to use a SQL database with JavaScript? I mean, I'm sure there's a driver somewhere. You would have to look. I don't know. I use a NoSQL database. I use MongoDB with Mongoose. But I'm sure it exists. I'm sure someone out there made something. Why is this an issue now, though? I wish this thing would give me like more of an... Passport.use is not a function. At admin controllers user.js. Okay, well, since it's complaining, let me... We are already exporting this as process user. So let me move this back. And then let me remove passport. And then let me remove the export here. I think it was that I need app.use, right? First, before everything. App.use, app.use, app.get, app.get, yeah. So I need local strategy, and I also need to import user from the right place. Okay, so under server.js passport, and we need passport local, and then under here we need user. And this is going to be under not models, it's admin. So admin models user. So then I can do passport.use new local strategy user password done user.find1. Okay, let's give this a try now. pm2 stop 0. We need to stop it. I need to delete all the logs. pm2 start 0. See if we get any errors. Okay, it's online. No errors so far. Connected to the database, that's good. Deprecation warning, collection.ensure index is deprecated. Use create indexes instead. Where is that being used though? Okay, but we'll ignore that for now. Let's go load our page. Cool, we see something, that's great. No errors. Okay, so now we need to go to auth. Cool, we have a username and password. I'm just going to put in test and test. Error logging in. Okay. Do we have any error logs? Error messages? Nope, we have nothing. So everything's working so far. Great. Now... let me actually go back to the back end. So we're getting somewhere. It's not pretty yet, but hey, make it look pretty is the easy part, right? So we could do that at any time. We can take our time. Let's get it working first, huh? me just log into my database. Oh great, why do you think I'm a robot? Select all images? That looks like bridges! Okay. I'll do your work for you. Train the OCR. Okay, that should be it. And I don't think this is gonna work, like I said, because we need to unhash the password. Maybe if I put the hash in, you know. I can actually try that, that'll be interesting. First I'm gonna try get the actual password. Actually, I don't even know what the actual password was. Oh wait, we do know what it is. So there's an error logging in. It obviously won't tell you why. But the actual details that we have is here. We created that user. Where is it? There's some random stuff from that tutorial. So the login is that. Well, actually that. So error logging in, good. And the password is password 123, but obviously there's no hashing going on, so you're gonna get an error, which is to be expected. I mean, if it just worked, that would be a bit scary, wouldn't it? So I'm gonna try copy the hash in, just for fun, see what that does. Wait, what? I have no user in my database? What happened? Did I delete it last night? I played yesterday, hey! What did you play yesterday? And how are you doing? What happened to my user? Did I delete it? Did it delete itself? That would be strange. Man, that's weird. I could have sworn we created a user. I didn't put it in the missions one, did I? No, I didn't. Well, I guess we can create a new user then. Fun times. So we do this, and then we do, was it user? I think it was. So that should have created the user now. I know that's a shitty message to be showing here as a response. Just working on homework and chilling. Oh, that's awesome. What kind of homework are you doing? Oh, there's my user. Okay, hey Jmar777, whoever you are. Okay, so now we have a user. Error logging in. What if I do like random stuff? Okay, error logging in. Good thing we didn't set a timeout now, because I'd be like so screwed, wouldn't I? Keep trying to brute force this. Okay, so here's the interesting part that I wanted to do is add the hash. Because right now I haven't unhashed it. So what if I give it the hash directly from the database? Will it let me log in? Oh, it does. Well, we got a different message. It matches, obviously. Failed to serialize user into session. Add pass. Wait, so does it actually need to call the serialize? So what happens if I go to auth now again? And what happens if I go to auth success? Welcome undefined. Oh my god! I'm undefined. I don't want to be undefined. Wait. What if I go to success equal to test? No? Okay. Okay, let's look at that error in our error log. So failed to serialize user into session. I guess we could Google that real quick. Passport JS local. C# stuff? Making my portfolio? Oh, that's nice. What have you been making? I'm pretty sure we didn't have to include that part. Why would we do that? That's just weird. Adding the serialize, this part. Because where does it get called? Why? Passport.serialize user function user done. Oh, is that the callback? What are you returning? Return done. Null, false, message, incorrect username, incorrect password. Oh, interesting. Verify callback. The purpose of ver is to find the user that possesses a set of credential and password. Return done. If the credential not valid, should be invoked. Should be invoked with false instead of a user to indicate an authentication failure. Ah, I see. An additional info message can be supplied to indicate the reason for the failure. If the exception occurred while verifying the credentials, for example, if the database is not available, done should be invoked with an error in conventional node style. Return done error. Okay. Note that it is important to distinguish the two failure cases that can occur. The latter is a server exception in which error is set to a non-null value. Authentication failures are natural conditions. Okay. Okay, middleware. Interconnect or express bit. We know about that. Okay, we know about that too. Each subsequent will not contain. So you need to actually have these. Interesting. I thought you didn't need them. That's so weird that they did it this way. I thought they would manage it locally. Anyway, let me clear the log. And then let's go back to server. Was this before or after? No. I think after. So passport.serialize user done. Done, no. User.id. Wait, what's user.id? Passport deserialize user ID done. User find by ID. But we don't find users by ID. Let me look at this real quick. They didn't specify a ID either, just username and password. Where's their... Here. Passport.serialize user function. Oh, they use user and a callback. Callback no. User. Oh, this is weird. Let's compare this. I played yesterday. I have about 20 some programs in a GitHub repo and trying to refactor everything to look good and actually work. Okay, sounds like fun. It's a lot of projects. I'm sure a few of them are working at least, right? So how's this different? This is a traditional function. That's an arrow function, obviously, but besides that, user and done, which is the callback, which is actually done, null, user.id. Okay, so that's identical. Good. Deserialize, again, same thing, ID done, user find by ID, error user, callback. Yeah, it's actually identical. Okay, we're good on that. So that's what I was complaining about, that it couldn't serialize. Hopefully that solves the issue. Was there something else? Oh yeah, the message. I wanted this one actually looked more concise. I preferred this one over the example that the other people were using. So let's just compare these two real quick, but they should be identical. Passport use, new local strategy, username, password done, yep, user.find one. Username, callback, error user, if error, return done error. Yeah, If not user, return done, null, false, and then the message incorrect username.
It played yesterday is following the family.
Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I played yesterday. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. It's so cold here. They're small programs. It's really just console apps showing I know how to use certain areas of C#. I wouldn't downplay that. That's really awesome. It means that you actually like put your knowledge into something, which is great. I find it's the best way to actually learn something. So that's really nice. And the best part about like doing little things here and there is that eventually you use those little things in bigger things. Like, I mean, me for example, I created a login to a database, something just really simple to store data. Now using that bit of code, I can expand it. Now I'm using it to authenticate a user to log in. So yeah, eventually it grows. It's really nice. Passport.use, wait, so this is identical, I said that's identical. If not user dot valid password. What is user dot valid password? Is that a function as part of passport? I'm gonna assume it is. I assume it is. Okay, I'm just gonna here configure. Let's just look at it real quick. Verify callback. We know about all of that. We know about that. I guess it's part of the API maybe. Protect endpoints. What the hell is a protect endpoint? Oh, you mean? I was like, what's a protect endpoint? Okay, to actually add password protection. I get it. Oh, that's so cool. Ah. Okay, we must take a look at this. Can I have user profiles? What? Oh. If you wanna, okay, if we use OAuth, but we're not gonna use OAuth. Well, not now at least. Login. Oh, you can do login, log out. Password exposes a login function on request also alias as long as they can be used to establish a connection system. When the login operation completes, user will be assigned to request.user. Passport.authenticate middleware invokes request.login automatically. Oh. I see, log out. Okay, we need this. Because we don't have a logout yet. Once we log in, that's it. So let's keep an eye on this. I'm going to assume that that's a built-in function. Valid password. Because we are just doing if user.password. Actually, this is going to be replaced because we need to unhash the password from the database. Keep that in mind. So I'll leave that as it is for now. And then return done. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're going to use their one, because that looks a bit better. I'm just gonna straight up delete that. And then let's go ahead and test it. So I'm gonna pm2 stop 0, pm2 start 0. I played yesterday. I'm going to make a validation library next week. Nice. On fields, forms. What kind of validation? Okay, so we have a login. So we go to auth. Let's make sure we're not getting any errors yet. No errors. We can see the hash. So this is actually cool. I'm gonna take the hash here. Password, cool. So username. So if I enter nothing, error logging in. But where do we get that message? Because like all it does is error logging in. But wait, does it log it to the console maybe? No. Because there was that part that specified message. Oh, it returns message to the callback. This is confusing. I need to wrap my head around it. So how does this work? New local strategy, I get that. Cool. User.findOne. So this is part of this scope. So it's going to return done. Oh, so done is there. But where's done as an object? Because done has the message. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's check if authentication is working first before I worry about that. The username was jmar777. The password, we're gonna use the hash. Okay. So we didn't get the error at least. So I'm gonna assume that something went okay. The extension reactor is not allowed to access network error net reset. Why was it reset? Do we have any errors? Oh, we do have an error. User.validPassword is not a function. I knew it! Okay, so they're using some local thing. So let's go and just do if. Let's go back to the example that we were using. Just for now, we anyway are going to replace that because we have to unhash the password. They literally did if user.password not equal to password. Where are we getting user.password from? User, oh, okay, .password not equal to the password entered, right. Okay, so let's give that a try. PM2 stop 0, PM2 start 0. Okay, we're up and running. Let's try that again. Login, jmar. Do I still have the hash? No, I don't have the hash. Let's get the hash again. This is the hash. Hey! It actually worked! It actually worked! Oh, sweet success! Nice. So apparently we have cookies. I want to see if there's actually cookies here. I love cookies. Give me cookies. I can't actually see anything. Why? Wait, what? What was that? Like briefly. Do I have any filters? No, I don't. But I can make it say anything though. So how does that actually work? Oh, it only like moves you to that page. It doesn't mean anything. So how do I know I'm actually authenticated? Well, if I go to auth, that's weird. All I know is that the login works, because it wouldn't redirect me otherwise. And something shows up here briefly, but I'm not allowed to see it for some reason. It's very strange. Being like sneaky. Anyway, let's look at the documentation. So how do I know that I'm logged in? Request.user.username. Request.login, so you pass in user, and then a callback. If error, return next error. Otherwise return rest.redirect users, request.user.username. When the login operation completes, user will be assigned to request.user. Okay, so I should already technically have a request.user. So we could theoretically add a button. But how do I make it so that you can only view pages if you're authenticated? That's the thing though. So app.post login password.authenticate local. Okay, strategies must be configured prior to using them in a route, which I think we already have. We have a strategy in place. Here, new local strategy. I think we need to add a user type, like admin or user, and then depending on the type, the page gets displayed. Okay, so we've got that, then we verify. Okay, so the documentation's okay, but I've never used it, so I think we're gonna need a guide on this. Because I get it, but nowhere does it actually specify. I guess they allow you to, that's open to your own interpretation. So I mean, one thing that we could do is check the database and the logged in user, and if the user has a role of, let's say, admin, then show this page, else, you know, but nowhere does it actually say how I can get access to the session. Like, I don't know what the user is. Like, how do I access this information? It says, when subsequent requests are received, this ID is used to find the user, which will be restored to request.user. So is it in request.user then? Okay, so there's one easy way to know. Redirect. So on redirect of success, oh, you know what we actually can do? Let's do request.user, right? Request.user value, and then we do request.user. I think that's what they specified, right? Request.user, yeah. There you go. So if the login was fine, this should theoretically work. So if I go to success, but I'm gonna have to PM2 stop 0 and PM2 start 0. And let's maybe auth again, just one more time. Oh no, I can't go to auth, what? What? Oh, never mind, it was probably just starting up. Any errors? No, that was the old error. Okay, give me the hashed password one more time. Jmar password, cool, submit. Okay, there you go. So request.user value is undefined. This is what I was worried about. What if I load it again? No, it stays undefined regardless. Okay, time for a guide. View pages only as admin passport.js. What is connect ensure login? Request.user and request.user is admin. Oh, that's smart. What is ensure logged in? Is that part of passport? Or is this something else? This motorway ensures that a user is logged in. If a request is received that is unauthentic, I can't speak right now. Oh, it is almost 5 in the morning. Forgive me, I haven't slept yet. Is unauthenticated. The request will be redirected to a login page. That sounds like what we need, but why isn't that by default? 6 years ago. Jesus. The URL will be saved in the session, so the user can be conveniently returned to the page that was originally requested. Doesn't that exist in passport.js? I'm sure that must exist, no? Oh. If user is logged in, pass.js will create user object in request for every request in express.js, which you could check for existence in any middleware. Oh, that's cool. So why can't I access it then? If we are indeed logged in. We need a better guide. I need a more up-to-date guide as well. Oh, free code camp. We make a full circle here. I don't want JWT tokens though. Interesting, they also use crypto. Interesting. Oh, they use router, that's smart. We don't have router. Express.router. How did they set up router? There's so many things that they use. Oh, do I have to use app.use session? Is that why? Because we didn't set that up. Might have to look at that. Oh, that's so smart how they did it. I like that. That's actually really smart how they did it. I'm actually gonna do it this way too. Actually really smart. So config config, and inside of that we're gonna have a new file, passport.js. Inside of that we have this. It's so much neater. So then we require mongoose, we require passport, we require local strategy, and then users is mongoose.model, and I think we already exported it as user. Yeah, we did. Now it actually makes me question, is it mission or missions? Because it would be missions, wouldn't it? A model. Plural or singular? Let's see. Because user is just this in this case. It's actually not something we set up here, it's in our controller. Is it just that's the issue? I think so. Oh, that's why I had it, because if you do new, you have to do new users, which is weird. That's why I changed it, I think. Let me check. Oh, why did I name it like that? Is it plural or singular? That's a collection. I know collections are plural, but what about the models? Yeah, it's a tank, model tank, not tanks. You make a new tank. You don't make a new tanks or new missions. It's a new mission, new tank, new this, new that. Yeah, so it's singular. I'm rather gonna stick to what I had. So go back to user.js. Cool. And in passport.js, we're just gonna have users be user, user, user. And then let's compare this to our server. Passport.use. Interesting. It's passing it as a callback. Well, actually, yeah, as it should be. Email password done. That's the callback right there. So let's look at the local strategy. Local strategy passport.js documentation, because I need documentation on the local strategy. What does it take? No, but it doesn't explain. There's something else. That we know about. Oh, there it is. By default, local strategy expects to find credentials in parameters named username and password. If your site prefers to name these fields differently, options are available to change the defaults. Okay. Username field, email, password. Okay. I see. So that's if you made it different. But we're not going to be different. We're just going to leave it default. So it ends up looking like user.find1 username. Interesting, they use if not user or user.validate password. Where do they get validate password from though? Oh, so we use it as a callback, where you could just use then, which I guess is a neater way. That actually does look neater. So user.find1, then I need error user, if error, return done, null, user, and then over here we need to do .catch done, and then that's the advanced form of what they were using. Okay, I'll leave that for next. Okay, there we go. So now it's the same as their example. So we configured passport. In this file, we use the method validate password. Thank you, that we defined in the user model. This one's actually clear. So in the user model, they created validate password. There it is, methods validate password. Okay, so this ends up actually becoming our hash. So where they use validate password, actually let's look at their validate password. Because they have validate and set as methods, which is pretty cool. And we don't have that. We're not as fancy. Here's what we have. Okay, so I want to compare ours. So they have it as validate, compare password. We should change ours to validate password. So it's a function that takes a password in only. Then the hash is crypto, whatever that is, password this dot salt, whatever that is, 2-string hex. So we just need to return if it's true or false. So instead of compare password, I'm going to create a validate password. This is going to be our own one. I'm going to keep compare password until we phase it out. Because that currently is working, but I want to get this one working. So what does it actually need? All it needs is really a user password. How do we get the hash password? Today I discovered that I can use PowerShell as a git bash. I'm so very happy. Okay, cool. That's awesome, yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do when they're registered. So apparently you just need something like this. It's really simple. Apparently I just need bcrypt.compare, which I already have. So we need the user's password that they entered in, and then the hashed password. I don't need ismatch, do I? I could just have error. Let's look at the documentation for bcrypt.compare. So data to be encrypted, and the data to be compared again. So data encrypted, and then callback. A promise to be either resolved with the comparison result salt, Let's look up bcrypt.compare. Good luck, man. Go to sleep. Alright. I hope you sleep well. King Cold, thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. Oh, time to hash. That's pretty cool. It almost doubles each time in time. Interesting. Oh, so that's the hash. That's smart. That's pretty easy, the way it's done. How's this different to the previous one? First we sort, then we hash. Oh, we are generating salt, and then the salt rounds. Which we don't need to do, we could just do hash. That's actually really nice. This is such a nice guide. So much better than the others I've found so far. I guess it just helps in the way it's written as well. So pre-save. Let's see if we can now change ours to be like that. So I need this to get the password, I guess. So what did we actually have in out when I said user this? It's the ID that was created. Username and password. Alright, I'm just gonna get some water real quick and then I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So what was I doing? bcrypt.hash, plaintext password. So that's user.password. And the amount of salt rounds. So we don't have to do this stupid callback. Do we have to do next in the pre? because I'm still new to middleware and hooks and all this jazz. Schema.pre. Oh, you need to. The next call does not stop the rest of the code in your middleware function from executing. Use the early return pattern to prevent the rest of your middleware function from running when you call next. Oh, I see. We get fail and success. Yeah, both of them. That's something they have to keep in mind. Okay, cool. I get it. But back on... Wait, where was it? Oh no, what happened? History, library, history... I was still reading that. So we need to use next, essentially. So my doc.save function error console.log error.message. Oh, so you're passing it. Oh. Interesting. So you can pass next error to it as well. So save and then function next. And if I don't do that, my thing complains, unexpected unnamed function. So we do next error afterwards. So we don't return. And then we can just pass error into next. Okay. And then I assume that save will get next. mydoc.save, yeah, gets error. So in our save, wherever we have save, I think it's in users. Yeah, .save. But a new way to do this would be bcrypt. Let's see how it automatically formats this for us. Okay, bcrypt.hash, which we're doing now, user.password, salt rounds, then pass in the hash. So how does catch work actually? I need to... So is this error like on this entire thing? So you do, is this where you'll do something with the error? So instead of doing if error, return next error, because theirs is bcrypt.hash plaintext password sort rounds, then hash console.log hash is the hash. Store the hash in your database, catch error. So here I just call next, right? Next, because everything is fine. Error should be null. I think this is where I do next error, actually. Do I do next error and console.error? But I can't do error, can I? Because it's scoped in the upper scope. Actually, no, I don't need to do next error. So I actually don't need that, and I don't need any of this. If error, return next error. In this case we just do hash, then next, catch error, return next error, console.error, error.message. That's actually really cool, using promises. So next, catch error, if there's error, next error. Otherwise just next. So it's like a if else. We don't need if else, if I'm not mistaken. That's pretty cool. And then let's go back to the hash. Console.log res. So res is response. This is really nice. So the comparison is simple. When we're doing the validate password, this is all we want. We don't need a callback or anything. This was the old one. All we do is bcrypt.compare. Let me just make sure this is formatted correctly. bcrypt.compare user password. What am I doing? User password to the hashed password. Where do we ever use this? We're using this there. Const user equal to this. Now what if I did user password equal to this dot password? How about that? Because then instead of user.password, we just have user password. How about that? Damn, it's cold. Freezing over here. And it doesn't help that my circulation absolutely sucks. Okay, I'm just trying to get my authentication here real quick. Okay. So this is actually going to be, let's turn this into hashed password. User password and hashed password. That's better, because then when we do compare password, we can do user password, hashed password. No, validate password, sorry. Then we're not going to have a callback, because that's going to be a waste. In which we do bcrypt.compare user password to the hashed password, then response console.log response console.log passwords match, true or false, catch error console.error error message. Do I have to still do next? Did I do next before? No, that's just for validate password. So that was for set password. So we're going to return response. I really like these promises. It's much better. Compare, then catch error. Simple enough. So user schema.methods.validate password. That's what we're going to use from now on, validate password. Okay, now that we've taken this really long detour and we understand how this works, we can now go back here to was it this that we were following? Were we following this guide? No, we were following another guide. Oh, it was this one. Let's add our newly created model to app.js. Require models users. Do we have that under server? Yeah, user require admin models user. We're not going to require local strategy or password anymore. Sorry, passport. And the reason for that is because it's in config. So that means passport setup, app.use, and all this stuff. And the serialize and all that jazz is not going to be in this file. Okay. We've done that. Configure passport, create a new folder, config with passport. Yeah, we've done that. We need to validate the passport password. That's in passport. If not, user dot validate password. So if not, user dot validate password, incorrect password. And we're also going to console.log incorrect password. And we're also going to log, for now, whoops, incorrect username. We're obviously going to remove these, but just so we know that this is working. I wonder what catch done is. That's probably catch error, isn't it? Are we on authenticate now? Username and password, yeah, here. If error, return done error. This should be turned into a then. I think we've done that somewhere. What if there's an error though? Doesn't specify anything about error handling. If error, return done, but what if you want to use like catch? Promises, there we go. How do you catch error? Oh, find one, execute, then user return project.find one. That returns a promise. Then why didn't we have to return? Oh, because that returns. Oh, it does. Catch error. Interesting. Okay, so data, hash data, any sort of string, number, callback. Interesting. Parameter unfulfilled. Parameter unrejected. So I just need user. So if not user, return done, null, false. Return done, null, user. Catch done. Okay. Okay, so that's our passport.js. We've done that. It's set up. Let's connect our passport.js to our app.js file. Add the following line. Okay, so that will be in our server. Cool, we've done that. The passport require must be below all models. I believe it is. Oh, that's so cool, and then you just require the router. So do you just do router, and then it's router.get, right? Router.post, router.get, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that's true. You have everything in one file. God, that's bad. Handling. It should be handling both. For example, if your root is supposed to serve an API, it's supposed to answer these following. Is it a post request, get request? What is expected in a request body? Routes and services. That's nice. Server.get. Server.use API, API root, home, home root, error, error root. Oh, that's cool.
Dodarino is following the family.
Dodarino, hey! Thank you so much for that follow. How are you doing, man? This is pretty cool. We need to separate all of this. Oh, that's cool, yeah. I'm gonna save this for sure. So they have everything in server. Interesting. So that has controllers, roots. Controllers has APIs. Then you have roots. Index.js. Require APIs, and that will be the index, which will then be version 1 API controller. Wait, what? Version 1 API controller. Oh, is there a controller inside there? Interesting, okay. So where would the services be? There's controllers. Oh, there's services. Services, okay. Controllers roots. And then you would have configs. What would be in your config? Local JS. Yeah, so how would our structure look? Because right now I would have had an admin folder, and that obviously does that. The config I get, the logs. Yeah, so maybe having a server folder would be smart. So would I have my env file in the server folder? So your index.js, that would just launch your server equal to require server, yeah. And then inside of server you have an index.js, yeah. So you have server.create config. Wait, so config was configs based on index.js. So it's creating from this env equal to process.env.node.env, otherwise local. Oh, and that's where your env config goes, because we have that, don't we? We have .env. Yeah, I like this layout. The only thing that's confusing is when starting it. Server.create. What is .create? Like, I don't get that. We've never done that. What is .create though? Doesn't specify. Server.listen, is it the same as... Like, why is there no listen? Server.start. What is .start though? There's no start. Not an event. Is it process that it relies on? Is there a process.start? Nope. So what is server.create and server.start? Maybe there's something in the server. .start does something? Oh, there you go. Create start. Create is... Oh, so server is express. So you're saying app.use, because I'm so used to always saying app, so that's what it is. Okay, so this is definitely something I want to change tomorrow. I'm not going to do it now. Oh, okay. So you need passport and local strategy. Passport and serialized user. You apparently need that. We need express sessions, that's what we are missing. There we go. So we want an npm install express session. Thank you. So npm install express session. There we go. What is secret? Randomly unique string for your application. Okay, so app.use session. So we need sessions first. Wherever we use passport initialize and passport.session, that's where we're gonna have to set it up. On server.js. And let's go back to our little guide that we were reading. Where were they actually adding the sessions? Because they had to use passport.initialize. So where are they using that? They're not? Are they not using passport? Do we want to use app.use session? And we want that on server. App.use session, and then we also want to define session, don't we? Passport.authenticate local success redirect uses failure redirect. Oh. Express an express session. Secret, super secret. Oh, all the ones are using it. So now I can do request.session. So many things I need to change. Wow, this is why having it all in the roots folder is so much better than having everything in a mess. Jesus. What an absolute mess now. So config passport, and then passport will have all of these things. Mongoose passport, passport local. So I'm assuming we need the other stuff from this too. Which is passport.initialize. Do we need to do that? What does it do? App.use passport.session. So what does that do? Because we have that, right? App.use, well, that's the requirement. The requirement is, wait, where is the thing that we're going to be doing? Here. App.use session passport.session, right. It's equivalent to app.use passport.authenticate session, where session refers to the following strategy that is bundled with passport.js. Where it essentially acts as a middleware and alters the value of the user property in the request object to contain the deserialized identity of the user. To allow this to work correctly, you must include serialized user and deserialized user functions in your custom code. App.use passport.session. And the example that we're supposed to be following? Where is it now? Under server. So if this was server, would we set it here? Server.use body parser. So we're going to do app.use session over there, but what about passport? This is the confusing part for me because configure passport. This is where they do everything, but they don't use session or anything. I mean, they use session there, but they don't use the required app.use passport.session. I think this is what this is supposed to be. Wait, where was our serialize? Because we had a serialize as well. Yeah. So passport.serialize user, that's what it was, right? Yeah. Passport.deserialize user. Okay, so we have those. How are you gonna find the DB if you don't even specify the DB? db.find one. And how do you set up app.use? Do you have to import app.use? Am I gonna have to require passport again? Can't seem to get away from this. So after requiring it, and after using session, then I need app.use passport initialize and app.use passport session. So am I gonna have to require passport? I guess so. Okay, what else? Then I can do something like this apparently. Passport.authenticate local. Success redirect users. I assume there needs to be a comma here. Failure redirect. Let's see what request is. Now we can also do, isn't it request.session? I think it's .session. I have no idea what this is gonna give us, probably a ton of errors. Clear our logs. Start it up. Oopsie. Why'd I close the error? Express session deprecated undefined. Provide resave option at server. Okay. I think I went to test, right? So 127.149 test. Error logging in. Okay. Hey, connect SID. We have a value. And we have a session. Oh, this is cool. Oh, that's so cool. We actually have like a little session thing now. So it stores it in the cookie. So if I auth, do we have any errors actually? No errors yet. Okay, cool. I don't know what the hash is. Wait, I can just log into the database. There we go. So we know the username is this. Cannot post auth. Successfully connected. Error. We didn't get an error. Why is it trying to post? What's the error? Cannot post. Where was the app.post? Auth success, it should go there. Request response. Send file auth. App.get test. Oh, isn't this app.get auth like this? And then I do rest.send file, auth like this. And then success redirect auth success, otherwise auth error. I think so. And then this goes here. Okay, stop it and start it. Okay, weird. So when I go to auth, why do I get an error immediately? That's weird. Oh, that's for a post. I'm being dumb now. So app.post, when we post at auth, this is what needs to happen. You go to success or you go to error. Don't send a file. And then I want to log these things. That's when you post to auth. And then we need to get. When we get to auth, send the file. When you post, then this triggers. Got it. Whew. Man, there's so many things I have to learn. But we're getting there slowly. I'm so glad we're doing this project. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's updated. So if we go to auth, test 1, 2, 3, error logging in, good. And if I check my error log, nothing. Hey, incorrect username. That's so cool. And if I enter jmar 777, then the error message is nothing. Didn't we add an error message? Oh, there you go, incorrect password. Cool. And then if we enter the actual password, error logging in. I'm pretty sure the password was password 123. Error logging in, why? Incorrect password. Oh, I think I know why. Where are we calling this? If. Is it using this? Incorrect password, yes it is. If not user dot validate password. So let's go to validate password. User password and hashed password. Let's figure out where it's getting first, because I have no idea where it's actually getting. So if I do auth, wait, it's offline. It's offline. Okay. Okay, let's check the logs. Incorrect username. Data and hash arguments required. But which one is it calling? Well, we should have gotten the got here. Data and hash. See, this is the problem when we have message. It's so vague now. But I think it's this one being called. But why didn't we get a message? Console.log got here. Not in our console. Not in the server. And if it's not logging, that means I can't check what it freaking is. Okay, it's getting in here, that's for sure. Let's log everything we know. So user, what else do we know? Username, username. Anything else? Password. Okay, so those are the three things that we know. Let's now go ahead and stop it and start it again. Cool, it's online. Test 1, 2, 3. Submit. Now let's go look at our logs. It's so weird. It's not logging it. Oh, because if not user, that's why. That's why. So we need to use the actual user. JMAR777. So a real user. Okay. Now we should get an error. When was this? 6:59. That was now. Oh, it's because I don't have a password? There you go, finally. Okay, so user is the user object, great. Username is JMAR777. The password is 123. And then we got to the got here. The got here being the bcrypt one. And then it should have gotten to this part. Console.log, passwords match, response, return response. Oh, let me guess, there's an error now, isn't there? Data and hash arguments required. So let's console log user password, what it's getting. Because clearly it's just an issue of what it's getting right now. And hash password. Wait, it's only supposed to take user password, that's all it needs. Validate password. Why does it need a hash password? Oh, because we pass it in. Yeah, I'm being dumb. Okay, what happens if I enter the actual, like, correct credentials? Does it actually see me as putting in the right password? Incorrect password, interesting. Okay, so let me stop it one more time. And let me start it. Because now I need to see what it's actually getting in. So Jmar and that password. There we go. And now let's go look at the outlog. Username Jmar password 123. That's what I entered, correct. User password 123. Hash password is undefined. That's why. It needs to find one. Oh, because user.validate password. We need to give it the password and the freaking hashed password. Should just be user.password, I think. So if I'm not mistaken, this should show us exactly what we want to see. So when I go to auth now, with the correct user this time, if we go to out, we will see that user hash password. There we go. That's what I thought. So we were never passing it in. So it needs, I should have known, said it needs the hashed password. It needs the user password and the hashed password. How can we get the hash password? The hash password is in the database. So it needs it. Okay, so we need the password. So I need the password and the user.password. That's basically what I have to pass in. And that should be all it needs. Then I can do PM2 stop 0, PM2 start. It wasn't receiving the parameter that it needs. It was just getting the plain text. Now it should get the plain text and the hash, which means that if I do this and I enter the correct password. Okay. It's weird, but let's see what's happening. So after we got here, user password, there we go, hashed password. So I think we're getting hashed password from, yeah, from there. So now we are getting a hash. Hashed password, passwords match, true, incorrect password. Okay, so it's not returning it clearly. And let's see why. Passwords match, true. Return res. So res is true. Passwords match, true, because res is true. So then what is happening in our... So user.validate password will say true, right? So if true, but we want if not true. So we gave it password and user.password, and it said incorrect password. Why? Also, the other thing that's bothering me, I think it's an async issue now, because we get incorrect password first before we get passwords matched. They just did return this dot hash equal to hash. But they did return this dot hash equal to hash. This should return true, which it does. It returns true without there being any errors. Because it's a promise, it returns a promise, that's why. It's a promise, we're dealing with a promise now. If, so user.findOne, then I think we need to turn this into a promise. We need to do something user.validate password. So how would I write this? As we would do something like user.validate password, password user password. then response then it goes something like this. I think it's something like that. So user.validate password, password, user.password, then res value, and then we put in res. Console.log incorrect password. Well, we have to do if res return done. But isn't it returning to this though? Actually, let me try this first, but yeah, I think we have to chain them. Fun times. But now I see why these are easier to follow than the callback functions. Promises are a bit easier to follow. Okay, so Jmar and password 123. Okay, we're getting somewhere though. Passwords match, true. Username, password, got here. User password, hash password, passwords match, true. And then we get the error. Cannot read property then of undefined. Because this is a promise now. That's why all of this is an issue. This returns a promise. So I'd have to use like await or something. Nested then promise. So it has result from there. Okay, so chaining does work like that. So let's see how. So the first thing we need to do is find a user. Then get the user. And what if I return the user? So that I have access to user. Because apparently to chain it, I have to do then. Then what is wrong here? Unexpected token, why? Why is it unexpected? No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. This is a if. And what is this issue for? Expected to return a value. Huh. So how does this chain work? Find a user, then with the user I think I got it. I need to return the value of, and then take all of this, and this needs to be part of the next one. And this works like this. So if not user, well, this will go here, this will go here. This should be if not user, incorrect username, return done. Otherwise, return user.validate password, password user. So this is true or false. So then we literally just do if valid password, if not valid password, return done, null, false, incorrect password. Otherwise return done, null, user. I know this is freaking complicated. But I think this is correct with the chaining and everything. Only one way to find out. Man, if this works, then I got promises down. Big if. Otherwise I'm gonna have to take a break, get some proper sleep and come back to this. So let's go to auth. Enter that user. Cannot read property password of undefined. Okay, getting somewhere. When was this? Was this now? 7:25? Yes, it was. The user password is password 123. Wait, did I actually get it? Oh, I actually did. In the next then. I managed to pass it on. That's the first time I've done that. Username, password, 123 password match, true. But user is undefined. That's not good. That's not good at all. User is undefined. Oh, because I didn't return user to it, did I? We should return an object. Can I do that? As well as user? Give it user? User is undefined. Return multiple variables. Oh. So how do we return the previous one? So this is basically useless. So this will work. The only problem is we don't know what user is because we don't have it anymore. We had user there, user.find1. So this basically needs to return something else. That's what needs to happen here. So validate password needs to have user. It needs to return a response as well as user. User password, hash password, user. And then it needs to return. I can't return things like that, but I can return an object. Like that, response and user. True, false, and user. Does this complicate it further now? Because now I need to pass in user as well. Well, I mean, if I have the entire user object, then I can just do user.password there. But the point is, now that it's passed in, what will the object be? It should be the response. So like valid password and user. Yeah, let's try that real quick. But there must be a better way to do it than this. Now it cannot read property password of undefined. I think it's valid password that has it. It's last try. Okay, let's have a look now. Oh, it's undefined. Interesting. Not quite the way that I thought it would be. Because it's returning an object here. Res, which should be the response. True, false. And user, which is an object. Oh well. I'll sort this out tomorrow. This needs to be sorted out. I need to get some rest. But we made good progress. We at least got a few things sorted. We got sessions working. And for a brief moment there we had logins. It just wasn't storing it to the session. But now since we obviously changed quite a few things and got passport integrated, at least that is done. But yeah. I'll probably get this done sometime later today. I'll just have to go through it on a clear mind when I'm not tired. I'm sure it would make far more sense to me. And also figure out promises here, because this wouldn't be an issue if this function I didn't turn into a promise function, because this doesn't bcrypt compare. Oh, it does return a promise, that's why. Okay. Yeah, we have to work around this, it's fine. But yeah, that'll be in the next episode. But I'm glad to be making progress. Slowly but surely. It is confusing, but I mean it's an entire framework we had to learn. So it's not just Node, it's also Express, how Express does things, and also roots, best practices, which we're going to do tomorrow. So we're going to have a root handler and we're going to have a server file. I'm going to like change everything up, because then everything's modular. Because as we've seen, as this thing has grown, it has become an absolute mess to work in. So for sure we're going to change that. But yeah, until then, bye for now.